We are coming to you from Comerica Park in Detroit, where this afternoon, WGN Sports presents White Sox baseball. It's Jose Abreu, Melky Cabrera, Avi Garcia, and the Sox as they get set to butt heads with Miguel Cabrera, Victor Martinez, and the Detroit Tigers. Hi, everybody, and welcome. I'm Ken Harrelson with Steve Stone as we get set to bring you the first of this four-game series. As you know, yesterday we lost the rubber match to the Minnesota Twins of that three-game set. We lost that game 6-1. But today, Carlos Rodon, our 22-year-old southpaw, is out there. And, Steve, he's probably going to be facing the toughest lineup he's ever faced.
Well, there's no doubt that the Tigers have a good lineup, although they're only .500 at home, and Carlos goes to the mound off a pretty good outing. In fact, it was a good bounce-back outing for him because to start before, he didn't throw well, but he went 6 innings, gave up 4 hits and 2 earned runs. He was facing a pretty good team, the Texas Rangers, and he stifled them. Kept the ball basically in the infield and did a great job, and he threw strikes, which was very important. He'll be opposed by Alfredo Simon. Simon's a guy that beat us the last time he saw us. He's coming off a rough outing also. He only gave up 1 earned run last time in 8 innings. He throws a lot of splitters. That's really his best pitch, but now he's added a cutter to go with it, so he's going to be doubly tough.
Well, Rodon also is going to be facing a guy. His numbers aren't real good because he's been out a lot. But just his presence in that lineup is meaningful to these Tigers.
There's no doubt that Victor Martinez coming back is the best thing to happen to the Tigers because he's hitting .429 right-handed, and that's how he'll be facing Carlos Rodon. Also, he gives protection to Cabrera. That's really a good thing, and now maybe Miguel will see more pitches, although when you're hitting in the mid-350s, home runs, driven in 105 in only 169 games. So he's not exactly a one-man gang, but he's pretty close to it against our Sox.
Well, the Tigers hold a 1-game lead in the season series, so we'll be looking to even it up. And sit back, relax, and strap it down. White Sox baseball coming your way. Original Light Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. Honda Dream Garage Sales Event, now at your Honda dealer. Subway, make a smart play for savory subs this season. Score more flavor at Subway restaurants. Subway, eat fresh. Ford, America's best-selling brand, inviting you to go further in our fuel-efficient vehicles. Check out our entire lineup at your Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers, who invite you to test drive our award-winning lineup today. Visit buyhyundai.com.
Chicago White Sox baseball in high definition is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. So welcome back to Comerica Park, where these Tigers surprisingly are just a 500 club. Where they've dominated is in the Central, and that's one of the reasons why they're still in the middle of this race. In the Central this year, they're 24-13, and yesterday, one of the bright spots, Adam LaRoche. Adam came up, got the Sox on the board in the second inning with his 9th home run of the year. In the 4th inning, he added a double, and he added another double in the 9th inning. So he swung the bat well, and that's his history. Gets off to a slow start, then he starts to heat it up around this time, and if this Sox offense is going to come to life, he's one of the guys that has to bring it there. So let's take a look at how Robin is going to line up our Sox for the game this afternoon. It's going to be Adam Eaton leading it off with Gordon Beckham playing shortstop in the 2 spot. Then it's Jose Abreu, who's done very well lately. Adam LaRoche, the DH, with Melky Cabrera, Avisail Garcia, Connor Gillespie, Tyler Flowers, and Carlos Sanchez at second base and hitting 9. The defense, and how they'll line up behind Alfredo Simon. Yoenis Cespedes in left field, Rajay Davis in center, J.D. Martinez in right with Nick Castellanos, Jose Iglesias, Ian Kinsler, Miguel Cabrera in the infield, James McCann behind the plate, and Alfredo Simon on the hill. He's 7-4 this year. His ERA a very good 3.29 on for his 14th start. He won 15 ball games last year and made it to the National League All-Star team with the Cincinnati Reds. The umpires for the game this afternoon. Alan Porter, who usually does a very good job behind the plate, is behind the plate. Mark Ripperger is at first, Jeff Kellogg at second, and Brian Onora is at third. So the Tigers coming off a beating at the hands of the Indians. This is their first game back. And our Sox, as you know, a tough time in Minnesota, so both teams looking for a little bit of redemption here today. As the Tigers throw it around the infield, they believe they're still in the race. I know the Sox believe they're still in the race. This road trip is going to be a definitive one for our Sox. So they're throwing the ball around. We're ready to play baseball. I'm ready to turn it over to my play-by-play partner, Ken Harrelson.
All right, Steve, thank you. And once again, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to White Sox baseball right here over WGN Sports. So happy you could join us for the first of this 4-game series. And before we show you our picks to click, you at home select yours as Adam Eaton gets set to lead it off. Corners in close, especially Castellanos in on the grass at third.
Look for a lot of splitters from Simon. He has a good fastball, but not great. And he does throw a cutter these days, and he had to invent that because guys were looking away, especially the left-hand hitters who hurt him very early this season.
Well, right-handers have done very little against him. There's that ball hit in deep into right field. Stretch! Looks up, you can put it on the board. Yes! It's 1-0 good guys.
Fourth home run. He's driven in 13. And just like that, Alfredo Simon has been touched up for the long ball. He got this fastball in the inner portion of the plate. Adam turned on it. For pull hitting left-handers, this is pretty short down into straightaway right field.
So here is Beckham. Takes first pitch strike, and here at Comerica Park, 345 down the left field line, 330 down the right field line, 370 in left center, 420 dead away center, and 365 in right center. That ball hit sharply to the wrong guy. So 1 out. Now let's check out our picks to click. Jumanji, our director and the crew, well, they went with Tyler. Steve's going with Adam, who just homered. Man. Don Esposito, Julie Taylor, Mike Spadali, Shaw Booker, Matt Nakeel, Tracy Mobley, Jerry Ferris, Leo Brady, and I. We're going to go with Carlos Sanchez.
It was really nice of you guys as a one-time exemption to let me pick after Adam Eaton hit the home run. Thank you. Because I like his chances today to have a big day.
Yeah, I like a left-handed hitter with the numbers the way they're stacked up against right-handers against Simon.
There is no doubt that if Dave Dombrowski is serious about staying in contention and possibly winning yet another division title, he's going to have to make a consequential trade for a starting pitcher. There's a look at Dave, the president and general manager. He usually pulls off something before the trade deadline, and he's going to need some miracles this year, I believe, because that starting rotation has been injured. There you see how it looks with the Tigers 5.5 games back. Minnesota just 3.5 back, and Kansas City leading the way.
Two out.
There's a splitter, and it's usually very good.
Man, his last two starts, he's got a strike percentage of almost 80% against right-hand hitters.
Now he's got all kinds of confidence because that splitter is devastating, and now that he's got a cutter, he can move it away from him.
So here's Adam at 237, 9 homers and 28 knocked in. Alfredo, a big man. 6'6", 267 pounds, 34 years old, out of the Dominican, now resides in Tampa. And this is the 10th meeting of the year between these two clubs. In the first 9, they have won 5 of them. And of course, with that home run by Adam Eaton, the Alex Nellius family, another donation to White Sox charities in loving memory of Ursula.
He pitched the first 4 years of his career as a professional under the name of Carlos Cabrera. Now it's Alfredo Simon. Alfredo Simon won 15 last year, so that's a good name for him.
That's yank foul.
As you can see, in 2 starts, he's been pretty good. An ERA of 2.77. It's nice to give Carlos Rodon a lead before he goes out there.
Full count. Sox come in hitting at 240 as a team with a 4.17 ERA. And that home run by Eaton was the 50th we have hit this year. That ball hit in the left center field, but they got a man who can run them down out there. You wouldn't assess, but the home run, and after half inning of play, our guys won and their guys coming to bat.
Tigers today, Rajai Davis leading it off, and it's Ian Kinsler, Miguel Cabrera, Victor Martinez, Yoenis Cespedes with J.D. Martinez, Nick Castellanos, James McCann, and Jose Iglesias rounding it out. The defense, and how they'll line up behind Carlos Rodon. Melky Cabrera, Adam Eaton, and Avisail Garcia in the outfield, with Connor Gillespie, Gordon Beckham, Carlos Sanchez, and Jose Abreu in the infield. Tyler Flowers gets a nod behind the plate, and Carlos Rodon looking for win number 4. His ERA 3.75. This is his 9th start. He's been very good, especially when he can harness that control. When he can do that, his 2 sliders are pretty close to unhittable. He's got excellent stuff. He can ride that fastball up there, 97, when it suits his purposes.
So here's a Sox nemesis. Rajai Davis comes in hitting at 277. And man, you like to keep off the base pass. He's 14 for 17 in that category. Last year he stole 36.
This Tiger team has been running wild.
Beckham can't get him. That speed of Davis, but a beautiful effort by Gordon Beckham.
Davis picking the first pitch in the zone and taking it right back up the middle. Gordon Beckham did just a great job of making sure it didn't get through. But with Rajai Davis running, if you hit the ground, it's almost impossible to throw him out. Gordon does the best he possibly can, but he's safe by a good 2 or 3 steps. Big effort by Gordon.
So here's Kinsler. He in at 259. A homer, 27 knocked in. Last year, Kinsler, 17 homers and knocked in 92.
Ian Kinsler's been a very good player for a very long time.
Fakes. Does not go. That ball hit deep into left field. And it's 2-1 Tigers.
We forgot to add the caveat that we've seen from Ian Kinsler since he came into this league, and that is he is a prolific first ball fastball hitter. So you're looking at a guy hitting just his 2nd home run of the year, which is absolutely remarkable. But he gets what he wants. A first ball fastball up in the zone and rides it out of the ballpark. So 2 hitters, 2 runs, and a 1-run lead.
So here's Cabrera. Hitting at 351, 15 homers, 52 knocked in.
And amazingly enough, Brad Ausmus took a lot of heat in the press for resting Cabrera yesterday. He said Cabrera's going to play 158, 59, or 160 games. You got to give him a day every now and then.
That's into right field. Cannot make the catch. Got the glove on it, did not come up with it.
So it's 3 hits in a row. As that one justifiably ruled a base hit. So the off day for Cabrera. He doesn't stop doing what he usually does, which is hit. If you look at those numbers, very much un-Victor Martinez-like, but he's hitting .429 right-handed because his bad knee wasn't affected as a right-hand hitter.
And Sanchez, take your time. You got plenty of them. Rack them up, 2 down.
Carlos has been magnificent at second base, and it doesn't matter if he's going to his left or going to his right. It doesn't matter if he has to go on the third base side of second. He seems to get the throw off, and this particular combination is a good one. They turn an easy double play. We've had 4 hitters on 6 pitches with 3 hits and 2 runs scored. Tigers' game plan is pretty simple. Go up and hit the first pitch.
Here's Cespedes hitting at 304, 10 long ones and 41 knocked in. Takes first pitch strike. Yoenis, a .263 career hitter in the major leagues.
You think Cespedes still has some upside? Well, he's going to be a free agent.
I think he's the kind of player that is according to what kind of ball club you have. Upside, I don't know. He's 29 years old now. He's strong. He can do a lot right now as it stands, just status quo. I wouldn't think he had a whole bunch of upside left. But if you had the right ball club, you needed a guy that's going to hit you 20, 30 home runs. He's going to steal you some bases. As he gone. But the 2-run homer by Ian Kinsler. And after one, it is 2-1 Tigers. It'll be Cabrera, Garcia, and Gillespie. There's a very large right-hander, Alfredo Simon. A.K.A. Carlos Cabrera.
You never know when that name comes in handy.
It's a nice name.
It is a nice name.
That's back through the middle. So the leadoff single.
Lately, left-hand hitters are still torching Simon. Last couple of starts, they have an on-base percentage of .464. So he still, even with that cutter, hasn't found a way to neutralize the left-handers quite yet.
Here's Avi hitting at .262, 7 homers and 26 knocked in. That ball hit hard into center field. Rajay Davis, the back, he can't get it. Melky reading that play perfectly. He's going to score, and this game is quickly tied at 2.
There isn't much a hitter likes more than to damage a team that traded him away. And it didn't take long. It took one pitch to Garcia to drive in his 27th run of the year. He crushes this ball. .420 to straightaway center field. That's a home run in just about any other ballpark in the league. Here it's a double and a run batted in. And just like that, it's a tie game again.
And here's Gillespie. Connor at 250, 3 homers, 15 knocked in. Takes ball 1. One of the best ball and strike umpires in baseball behind the plate today, and Alan Porter. That's going to get the job done. Ivy into third.
White Sox fans celebrate the 4th of July holiday from July 3rd through the 5th with food, fireworks, and fun at the ballpark. Get Vienna beef hot dogs for only $1. Sounds like my kind of deal. And get seats starting at $20 all weekend. For tickets, visit whitesox.com.
No, it's just $1 too much for your kind of deal.
No, I mean they give me $1 along with the hot dog.
Oh, okay.
Now that's a good deal.
Infield in. Castellanos. Couple steps off the line as Tyler takes ball 1. Tyler has faced Simon twice. He's 0 for 2. I hear just don't turn the head of the bat open, Tyler. You got a better chance of hitting a fly ball.
Best arm in the outfield by far is Cespedes in left. Most unusual that your left fielder would have the best arm, but then again, he played right field in Oakland, then shifted over, played some center field. Center field not his strong point. Now they've got Davis and Anthony Gose platooning in center field here in Detroit. Gose can really throw also, but he's not in the ball game. Here's look, the man that came over from Toronto. So what Avi's got to do at third base, because when you've got a pitcher that's noted for throwing splitters, and Simon throws a lot of them, you got to get a pretty good secondary lead and come down the line with the pitch. Simon with 3 wild pitches this year.
And especially with 2 outs. But right here is 1 out and a 2-1 count. And there's a base hit. Sox lead at 3-2.
RBI number 15 for Tyler, as this time he got a fastball. It was right where he wanted it.
Well, that's what happens when you play just baseball 101. Good fundamental baseball. Ivy doubles. Connor gets him over to third. They play the infield in, or else that's just a routine out.
Yeah, if he doesn't get him to third, it's an easy play, and then with no movement. But at third base, there's no angles for any ground balls with the infield in.
So here's Sanchez. Yeah, when you do talking with Hall of Famer, great player, great individual, Al Kaline prior to the game. One of my idols in the game of baseball. We're talking about just the lack of baseball 101 fundamentals.
It stands out so much from the teams who do it because they win a lot of close games. And there's a look at Al.
Boy, what a player. The ultimate compliment you can pay a guy is when we used to have meetings going over the Tiger hitters. Don't knock him down. Don't upset him. Don't make him mad.
Well, he ended on 399 home runs.
And close play with, they say now, the Robin's going to come out.
Yeah, I don't think they got him at first base, and I have no idea why Iglesias didn't just tag second and throw to first, because he was standing right there. And by the time it got to Kinsler, all he had was a little underhand flip, and I think that took him.
Well, Robin immediately came out. Mark Parent immediately went to the phone, and it looked in real time like he may have had that foot down just before the catch.
This is just a strange play. Not this part of it. Foot was on the bag before the ball was in the glove.
Yeah, it looked like foot got there just before the catch. Well, while we're waiting, getting back to K-Line, when he was 20 years old, he led the American League in hitting with 340 average. And Steve mentioned he had 399 home runs and never hit 30 in a year.
What a player. And that's definitive proof. Right there, you saw him on the bag. But the play at second base was kind of unusual because Kinsler took his time. And Sanchez runs really well. So the inning stays alive.
So here is Eaton, who homered last inning, leading off. Decent lead.
Adam picked on a fastball and actually cleared the wall by a large margin. Interesting combination to try to run on if the Sox try to run, because Simon is slow to home plate. McCann is pretty good at catching it and throwing it.
And there's a base hit by Adam into left field. So 2 for 2. Four hits this inning.
And Jeff Jones is coming out before this thing gets out of hand in his estimation. He wants to talk to Simon. Could very well be he'd like to see him change speeds a bit more than he's changed early.
So far, everything has been hard.
Yep. And unfortunately, when you have the same or close to the same velocity with everything, it's problematic because there's two ways to get a hitter out. You can get him out with location. You can get him out with velocity. And last time out, the Yankees just pelted him. So this is an extension of that particular outing.
Well, hard is a blue play special for hitters.
They don't have to worry about getting out on the front foot. They just have to see the baseball and hit it. They can all hit fastballs and hanging splitters.
So here's Gordon. Gordon grounded out to his counterpart today, Iglesias at shortstop, if you're just tuning in. Good hack. Two on, two out, two in. And the count 0-2. Lays off that one.
Alex Avila, their #1 catcher, had some knee problems, had some loose bodies floating around in that knee that were locking up on him. So he was disabled on May 7th. And now he feels he's pretty close to being ready to start his rehab.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Gordon upset with himself. He got a cookie and pops it up. Got a couple across the plate. We go to the bottom of the second. We lead at 3-2. JD Martinez, Nick Castellanos, and James McCann to face Carlos Rodon. First pitch strike.
Some pretty big numbers coming off the bat of JD Martinez. There you take a look at him. 17 and 43. Big power numbers.
He started it last year. He had 315, 23 homers, and 76. He's 27 years old. So he's in that window, that 26, 27, 28-year window that most guys who have some talent to play in the big leagues offensively, they either in that window come into it or not. One of the two.
Well, they got him absolutely for nothing.
That was amazing.
As Houston just let him go.
Yeah.
Took him into their minor leagues, hit nothing but home runs. And brought him up here and did nothing but home runs.
Yeah.
Doing the same thing here.
Did 10 quick ones down in Toledo.
Yep. Pretty nice addition to the team for what they had to pay to get him.
Sounded like a broken bat. Maple. Another $100 bill bites the dust right there.
On Sunday in New York, JD Martinez did something that nobody has done in the new stadium since it was started in 2009, and that's an opponent hitting 3 home runs in the new Yankee Stadium. JD, the first to do it.
There's Castellanos. Castellanos at 219, 4 homers and 28 knocked in. Last year at 259, 11 homers and drove in 66.
Brad Ausmus was talking about Castellanos and said that it has been floated. Send him down and work out his difficulties in the minor leagues because he's been slumping, and so far they don't want to do that.
He's got a unique swing. Goes towards right field with very much an uppercut action. Most of his swings.
It's also pretty much a stand-up hitter.
Well, that's okay. If you're going to be a stand-up hitter, you got to be able to pull the ball. I love stand-up hitters. Usually, if you see them more than 2 years, he gone. If you see them more than 2 years, they're pretty good hitters. If they weren't,
they wouldn't be here.
They wouldn't be here.
This is Carlos's put-away slider, and when he gets ahead and throws that, really unhittable. It's anywhere from 88 to 91 if he really gets confidence in it. That was 88. It was good enough.
Well, the guy who swings the bat like Castellanos, the ideal place to throw him is the strikeout pitch you just saw, and/or if you're going to throw a fastball right underneath his hands. With that action he's got, it's tough for him to get that bat leveled off.
I think that's really what's happened to him as the league has made the adjustments as they made to all hitters, and it's up to hitters then to readjust to how they're being pitched.
And most of the time you can do that, but not so much changing the swing to where you stand in the box. This young man's done a good job in the absence of Alex Avila. Alex, one of the better handlers of pitching in the major leagues.
They were talking about trades in the paper today, and they were saying that Tigers have some extra catching, and that might be able in a package to bring them a pitcher. And they were talking about maybe parting ways with Brian Holiday for the right deal. To me, that's not the guy. To me, this is the guy. James McCann. Don't know if the Tigers would give him up. But he is a great deal of upside.
Just turned 25 years old. And there's ball 4.
Tried to throw a straight change and couldn't get it near. Chicago White Sox would like to welcome all University of Illinois alumni, students, and fans to the ballpark on Wednesday, July 22nd. White Sox are offering specially priced tickets, a White Sox Illini hat, and the opportunity to watch batting practice before the gates open. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/Illini.
Here's Iglesias hitting at .322, a homer. He's driven in 9. A little bit of a misconception about Iglesias. He can absolutely throw some leather out there at the shortstop position. They said they were just worried about him hitting. Well, he's hitting .322 this year. He's .274 since he's come in to the big leagues.
This year's been pretty amazing. After missing all of last year, to come back. When he started this way early in the spring, everybody said, well, okay, this is going to go away because he's a defensive shortstop. And meanwhile, here we are toward the end of June, and it hasn't gone away yet.
Sometimes stories like that can really motivate a guy.
Iglesias is a terrific player.
He is. I mean, he's turned this ball club around because they've been looking for a shortstop for a while. And of course, we're happy that Detroit got him because we got Avi.
Turned out to be a pretty good trade all the way around. Boston got their pitcher and Jake Peavy. Detroit, knowing they were going to have a suspended shortstop in Johnny Peralta, they got their shortstop in Iglesias. And of course, we got a very young, talented right fielder who is enormously strong.
2-2 pitch. Yeah, when you get Iglesias at short, Kinsler at second, you get yourself pretty good up the middle.
And Iglesias has only fanned 21 times this year in 203 at-bats.
Sanchez had it, dropped it. Everybody's safe. It'll be a base hit, probably.
This one right back up the middle. It's hit awfully hard. And Carlos trying to flip it to Gordon. Has a drop out of the glove. And it is indeed a base hit. One you would expect to get anywhere, but certainly at home.
So here's Rajay. Hit a ball up the middle, and Beckham made a tremendous effort. Got to it, dove. Got up, tried to throw him out, but as he pops him up. Carlos. And that'll retire the side. So they have a mild 2-out threat. Can't do anything with it. We'll go to third, leading 3-2. .267-pound right-hander, Alfredo Simon. Where you struck out on a good splitter. Takes ball one.
Tigers know they have a couple of pitchers primed and ready for free agency. One is the man on the mound, and Alfredo Simon, and the other, an even bigger prize, David Price. Price is going to be one of the most highly sought after free agents, i.e. it's going to cost a bundle to get him.
Or to keep him.
I would think he would test the free agent waters.
So Abreu has had good success here. Coming in, hitting at .327, 4 homers and 13 RBIs in 13 games here at Comerica Park. One out.
Sox fans, tweet us a family-themed pick with hashtag #ShySoxGameDay, and you might be today's White Sox fan of the game. White Sox fan photo of the game is brought to you by Beggar's Pizza, now with 22 locations. Visit beggarspizza.com. Beggar's Pizza, they lay it on thick.
Here's Adam. Hit a line drive in the left center field. At Cespedes got a good jump home, made an easy catch, but the ball was hit well. Takes first pitch strike. too much time.
This really becomes a good park to hit in because of the spacious alleys. Because you have to have a center fielder who's a burner and can really go get them, because you've got a lot of room out there. And more times than not, they have to play a little more deeply than normal, so there's a lot of room to dump the ball in front of them.
Well, Rajai Davis is a speed burner. That sounded like a broken bat. And it's foul. And there were some people saying, well, Rajai cannot play center field. He's okay in left. He cannot play center well. I was talking to some Tigers people before the game. They said he's been doing a real good job out there. Of course, Anthony Ghost can outrun Rajai. He can flat fly.
There's a whole lot of people that will tell you that center field is the easiest place to play because you can actually read the angle of the bat. You can see things a lot more easily. And if you have speed, you can't play it without speed. If you have great speed, it seems like you can adjust to that.
Yes, he did. So 2 down.
This is actually a splitter that doesn't do anything. Stayed up.
Couldn't lay off of.
Nope. Stayed up and hit the bat.
Here's Melky. Started off that 2-run second with a sharp single bite back through the middle. Takes that fastball outside. Well, to me, there's no question in center field. I played a lot of center field. There's no question. Center field was the easiest position to play. You just have to run a lot more.
Anything happens in center field more than the other positions is that the ball will knuckle to you more often. But the ball's always going to be moving if you're in left or right field. So it'll be slicing toward the line, slicing or hooking toward the line. And that's a given.
It's funny because, well, we were talking about Al Kaline, Hall of Fame right fielder for the Tigers. Right field. But the funny thing about it, a lot of right fielders have problems coming in on line drives. That's the one thing that you'll see about a lot of outstanding right fielders. That was their one area of deficiency. And especially off the bat of a right-handed hitter.
He played it well enough to get that statue.
Well, another guy who was underrated very much so defensively was Roger Maris in right field. Roger was an outstanding right fielder. Not as good as Kaline, but really outstanding. But everybody just thought about him because of the 61 home runs.
I can understand it.
Yeah. Count hangs at 2-2.
What little wind there is blowing straight in from center field.
Right underneath, Simon right where he should be, and that is a 1-2-3 inning. So the bottom of the third, leading by 1.
10. All fans are invited to stay for a post-game fireworks show presented by Athletico Physical Therapy. Athletico Physical Therapy, better for everybody. Purchase tickets today by visiting WhiteSox.com or calling 866-SOX-GAME. Looking at the pitching over the last 21 games, the ERA pretty respectable at 3.65. Now, more hits than innings pitched, that's not great, but a good strikeout to walk ratio and probably 5 of 7 saves, not all bad. So over the last 21, pitching has done the job. The offense, which has done the job here today, has got to come back consistently.
Here's Kinsler, 2-run homer in the first inning. Only his second of the season. Hard to imagine. There's a strike.
Kinsler is one of the most aggressive hitters in the league, on fastballs especially.
It has been since he's come into the
Yep. And this was a first ball fastball. And just like that, 2 hitters, 2 hits, 2 runs on that home run. And you guessed it, it was number 2 for Kinsler.
Two and 2 the count with Cabrera on deck. It's full.
Kinsler's another guy you don't want to walk. 6 out of 8 in stolen bases.
Ball gets away. He gone. So here's Cabrera. He lined a single in the right field. Now with 280 at bats and 2 home runs. First pitch strike. One great hitter. And a count 0-2. Last year, sort of a down year for him. He had 313, 25 homers, and only drove in 109.
Yeah, that's just a horrible year. You could hardly make any money doing that every year.
He's something. And he's fun to watch. That's what I love about him.
In his career, he's hit a 321 clip, 405 homers, and most likely the next guy to 3,000 hits. He should get it at age 36 if all the projections are right.
There you go.
That Rodon slider is just excellent, and Miggy, I think, hurt his left hand on it.
Well, we said it earlier. This is not his swing. That's just how good he is. He came in hitting 351, and he's been playing a little bit ouchy and hurt.
Well, he always does that. There's no doubt, and I'm sure, and I know, that the off day yesterday was not his idea. It was Brad Ausmus's idea because he knows or feels his team's going to be in contention. They got to have him ready from the middle of August through the playoffs.
Well, he had off-season surgery on his ankle and his knee. So
yeah, without a good base, you're not going to be able to plant and hit like you normally would.
No, it's just not his swing yet.
One of the wonderful things about this game is you get a chance to watch the young stars come into the league. And we are privileged to be able to watch Carlos Rodon come into this league with enormous ability. And we're going to watch how and just exactly when he uses it, because his stuff is good enough to be a 1 or 2 in just about anybody's rotation in the league. Because he's just a baby right now, and he's still throwing great.
Three and 1 the count.
Last 6 starts, 2-1 is ERA, just over 3. 31 strikeouts in 34 innings. He's going to be around or over 9 strikeouts a game, probably his entire career.
And there's ball 4, so the second walk.
This is the Tigers' first look at Carlos, and normally, with the exception of the first 3 hitters, who are great hitters and probably will do that against a few people, but normally it's much to the pitcher's advantage the first time through.
Yeah, unless he's just basically a fastball pitcher. But when you see a guy with a tremendous slider, it's definitely first time around pitcher's advantage. Cespedes struck out his first time on a slider. Takes strike 1.
Love to see Carlos get that first pitch straight change over. We see how effectively Chris Sale does it. Eventually Carlos is going to have the confidence to do it more often.
Change up low and away. In the hole. So it's a 2-out trouble brewing.
Second time through, and this was an off-speed pitch. It was 3 off-speed pitches in a row, the third of which wound up in left field.
And Coop out.
Your local Ford stores are proud to present the 2005 World Series Reunion Weekend, July 17th through July 19th. Be sure to arrive early on Saturday, July 18th to see your favorite players from the 2005 World Series Championship Parade around the field, presented by your local Ford stores. Together, we'll go further. Purchase tickets today by visiting whitesox.com/promos.
J.D. Martinez grounded out to third, will be the hitter with 2 out, 2 on. Three 5-0 for us, 2 5-0 for them. We're at the bottom of the 3rd inning if you're just tuning in. That's in the dirt.
That was a good slider down and in. It wasn't his hardest slider, but it was sure good enough. It was 87 miles an hour. That's the speed of a lot of guys' fastballs. That's why his slider is so devastating.
did not go.
Our Riverger says no. Plenty appeal from Alan Porter. We'll look at it from the side. JD shaking his head. He said he didn't swing. That's surprising.
Two out, 3-2. Nice crowd on hand. They're averaging 32,555. And here is the big pitch. High in the short right field. Ivy taking charge, has the ball, and that'll retire the Mile threat. We're into the fourth, still leading 3-2. One for one. With Melky Cabrera leading off the second with a single. Ivy did a rocket in the center field. Melky read it perfectly. He never stopped. He took off. It was over the head of Rajay Davis. He scored. Then Gillespie got Ivy over to third, and he scored. So a little baseball. 1-0-1. But right here, the count 0-2.
Tigers got one of the things they needed, which was some bullpen help. They recalled Bruce Rondon from Toledo. He's a hard-throwing youngster. And they sent down Buck Farmer, who was a starting pitcher.
One out.
A couple of years ago, they felt that Rondon was going to be their closer for a long time. And unfortunately, the young man has had a whole lot of injury problems, which is the only thing that stops him. At one point, he could get it up there over 100 miles an hour. We'll just have to see what he comes back with.
Gillespie takes ball one. Hit that ground ball to the right side with the obvious second, nobody out. He checks it up for a 2-0 count. First of 4 here in Detroit.
This is just the middle leg of a 3-city trip. 4 here, then an off day, and then 2 against the Cardinals, the red-hot St. Louis Cardinals.
Two out.
Hey, Sox fans, check out the Xfinity Fundamentals deck overlooking left field at U.S. Cellular Field. It's accessible from the 100, 300, and 500 levels. Young Sox fans can learn baseball fundamentals from Chicago White Sox Training Academy coaches. Spates features batting and pitching cages, base running areas, and more skill instruction. It's all from Xfinity, your home for the most live sports.
Here's Tyler. Tyler had a solid single in the hole. 23rd and short. Tanaka and Garcia. Our third and go-ahead run. Checks that. Oh, and 1 to count. Game 2 tomorrow, it'll be Jose Quintana against Anibal Sanchez. It will be a 6:08 Central start. That's in the short right field. Caught. And that is 7 in a row retired by Simon.
Vukovich, your local nationwide insurance agent, serving the area for 37 years. To join the nation, visit jeffvuk.com because Nationwide is on your side.
It'll be the lower third of the Tiger order here in their half of the 4th inning. It'll be Castellanos, McCann, and Iglesias to face Carlos Rodon.
There's a few Sox fans. Made the very short drive up.
Always a lot of Sox fans here in Detroit. Always a lot of Tiger fans. And they come to our place. Here's Castellanos, struck out. Three 5-0 for us, 2 5-0 for them. We have stranded 2, they have stranded 4.
It is somewhat surprising. Dick only has 4 errors this year, but a lot of the Tiger folks think that that's one of the areas he really has to shore up, and that's his defense, especially the range to both sides. Still a very young player, still got a lot of talent.
Well, sometimes errors can be very misleading.
Certainly can.
And other times they can be very telling.
Remember a third baseman in a team that I once was associated with who had the ability to take a ball hit right in front of him, step to the side, and then dive, and the ball would go under his armpit into left field for a base hit. Now that is a good trick.
Well, there's that. Ball gets away, so now he's going to go in the third. Ball got away from Ivy out there in right field.
And we'll see if that's ruled his 4th triple of the year. You would think it would be. And it is a leadoff 3-base hit. This ball is down on the inner half, not inside quite enough, and he's able to get the good part of the bat on it, then slice it away from Avi, who can't get to it. And Castellanos, with certainly decent enough speed, able to make it easily into third.
Paul Konerko could have made that into third. Well,
let's bring him back and see.
Right side in.
I'd like to see Paulie again.
Back him halfway at short. First pitch strike. McCann, who walked back in the second. Yeah, you get guys with tremendous range, and they're going to have some errors. Guys with not much range, for the most part, if they have a lot of errors, you got a problem.
Well, the guys with no range have a lot of errors. They got real bad hands.
Yeah.
And right now, James McCann is a good, solid player. He's going to be a very good player. 2nd-round draft pick in 2011, and the Tigers think the world of him.
You got no 2 counts. He gone. Five strikeouts now for Carlos.
This slider is the old equalizer. And when he buries it down and in, you can pretty much forget about it. Now, Iglesias is going to make contact. You know that. He does have 3 sacrifices this year, so he can bunt. He does not, however, have a sacrifice fly, and the infield is in at all 4 positions.
I would say his success rate in this situation is very high.
Let's take a look at the run expectancy in this situation. That's with a runner at third and only 1 out. The Tigers have delivered 75% of the time. The Sox pitchers have given up runs 85% of the time, both above league average of 68% of the time.
There's a 95-mile-an-hour moving fastball for a strike.
That was right off his leg, and that's what that slider will do. Protection or not, that one hurt.
That's the most devastating pitch from a left-hander to a right-handed hitter, is that slider down in there.
And when you protect the front foot, but you hit the back foot, that protection doesn't do you much good. And that's exactly what happened. Tyler's going to have to block that slider. If he's going for the strikeout, throw that slider in the dirt. Tyler's going to have to corral it.
Make a good throw. He did. He gone. 2 down. It
was a contact play. And this ball was on the inner portion. Nice play by Carlos. Comes in, puts the throw right on the money, and Tyler Flowers is right there. And you're not going to get by him because he is a big, strong guy, blocks off the plate, and had the baseball. He can do that.
Well, if Tyler does not want you to get by him, you're not getting by him.
He won't. No, he's a very strong guy.
So here is Rajai Davis. He's 1 for 2, had an infield single, scored.
Ellis can get out of this one without giving up a run. It will be an outstanding job well done.
Yeah. Well, that's one reason I just don't like that contact play with the infield that far in unless you got a burner at third.
And Castellanos certainly isn't that.
There he goes. Make a good throw. Bad throw. There'll be an error on Gillespie. Now runners at the corners.
Should be routine out of the inning. Instead, unfortunately, it's not. Cutter picks up his 10th error of the year. And this is a good move to the mound by Don Cooper, because you got a youngster on the mound who, believe me, you throw the baseball, you see that little chopping ground ball, and you believe that you're out of the inning, only to find out that you're not. And so Don wants to go out there and make sure that the young man is concentrating everything he's got on Ian Kinsler.
And that's one reason I don't like that contact play unless you got a burner at third.
It's a run.
Yeah.
It's a run if you don't use a contact play.
So here is a good fastball hitter.
One of the lessons that pitchers, especially young pitchers, have to learn is that on the mound, at least, anger is a luxury that you can't afford because it distorts your perceptions. And instead of using, let's say, a slider or maybe an off-speed pitch, you try to throw a fastball through the catcher instead of to the catcher, and you wind up with some problems.
Checks it up. Takes ball one. He is 1 for 2. A 2-run homer back in the first inning. That one fell. That's one reason that you have a guy like Mark Burley or you got a guy like Chris Sale on your staff. Other pitchers can learn so much because they're the kind of teammates who will say, don't worry about it, I'll bail you out.
Yep.
Rather than getting angry or frustrated. Do they like it? No, they don't like it, but they handle it differently. This will get it done right to the bag, and he pitches out of it. Leadoff triple, and we'll go to the 5th, leading 3-2.
be Sanchez, Eaton, and then Beckham. But Steve, you were so right on that trip to the mound. That was a learning experience right there. Learning experience trip for Carlos Rodon. He didn't go out there and talk about mechanics, hitters, or anything else.
Nope. He just wanted to calm him down. And this game has a lot to teach you, but you have to have the innings and the instances to learn from, because he didn't get a chance in the minor leagues to learn all he had to learn. He didn't throw that many innings, so he's got to learn it on the fly. Learn it under extreme pressure, and he's handling it well.
With some help from Coop right there.
There's no doubt.
Okay, I like this Alfredo Simon. He's got some nice mound presence out there.
He's going to be out there as a free agent pitcher.
Carlos hit into a 6-4 fielder's choice his first at bat. Adam Eaton, who has homered, and he has singled.
Here's a guy who certainly liked what he's seen of the big man on the mound.
Well, he's given him 2 pitches to hit, and he's hit them both. He didn't foul them back or pop them up or ground them out.
What percentage of the time do you think you will go up to the plate and get no pitches to hit in an at-bat?
During the course of a season?
No, just in, yeah, I would say a percentage for the season.
Less than 1%.
Yeah, so you're going to get something to hit each and every time.
I'd say it's probably less than 0.5%.
So when you're in a slump, you foul the good pitches back and swing at the bad ones. And when you're hitting well, you get that mistake. You just don't miss it.
Very seldom will you ever go. Johnny Danks and I were talking about this the other night. I said, Johnny, I said, how many times do you think you're going to backdoor a strong right-handed hitter with 3 sliders? He said, none. And it's the truth.
It's true.
You're not going to make. Very seldom to go to the plate against the 3 pitches. It's happened, don't get me wrong, a lot, but not percentage-wise. I remember a game against these Tigers. Danny McClain was going for his 25th win. We had Yastrzemski, Dalton Jones, and myself. Dalton Jones, Yastrzemski, and myself coming to the plate, and all 3 of us were swinging bat great. He struck out Dalton Jones on 3 high fastballs. He struck out Yaz on 4 high fastballs. As he walks him, I'm looking for nothing but high fastballs. He throws me 3 sliders. I never swing the bat. Right on the black. And when I get out to right field, McClain comes to the top step of the dugout and opens his arm up like this. So I give him the bow. What else are you going to do?
I was going to say, he made 3 pitches you couldn't hit.
That's exactly right. First walk issued by Simon.
Privinger says no. Gordon didn't swing.
Gordon has grounded short, popped up to left. This last at bat, that pop-up, he got a cookie and just underneath it. He was hot as well. He should have been at himself.
Five out of 8 for Adam Eaton in steals. Pretty good combination to run on. especially if you get a good jump against Simon.
There you go. Lace is very quick release. He can get that release from any position.
Well, the tough part about that one is Adam Eaton did get a tremendous jump. It would have been very difficult to throw him out. Becomes a moot point. And Iglesias got a terrific hop. But it doesn't matter because he's got such good hands and can throw from exactly where he catches it that you just can't outrun it most of the time.
He made a couple of plays earlier in the year that we saw in highlights that were just sensational.
Right now, he's probably as good as it gets defensively at shortstop.
Here's Abreu. He is 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts.
It's going to be interesting to see if Jose just looks inside. If he does, a chance of hitting it out, because Simon, at least for the moment, thinks he's found a soft spot inside. That was inside, but that was sinking low and out of the zone.
Yeah, that's a pretty good movement.
You see where McCann wants it? He's setting up inside. But a sinker down at 93? Nope. That's got to be out away for you to handle it.
Two and one to count with 2 out.
With Kinsler where he is, which is pretty much up the middle because he's the man charged with keeping Eaton close at second, there's still a whole lot of room on the right side.
They just pulling off the ball against Simon.
Simon trying to go inside again. Goes down and out of the zone.
Outfield slightly to the right. And now they're going to go in. Got a piece of Jose.
That was one that he could have handled. That was the first one that he got right around belt high on the inner portion. Infinity Pitch Tracks will show you that he got a hittable fastball inside. He fouled it straight down.
Right here, Jose. Pick him up. Yeah, he wants to talk. These are, when you get guys out there, sometimes they're having trouble picking up the ball. Like Jimmy Price, one of the announcers, longtime announcers for the Tigers, and a former very fine catcher. Behind Bill Freehand. And they used to look all the time for guys moving around in the box. And if you moved 2 inches, Freehand would pick it up or Price would pick it up. They would know what you were trying to think. And then they would act and call accordingly.
Well, it appears that what Simon did with McCann was call him out and said, don't set up too early, because you've set up inside each and every pitch, and maybe Eaton can telegraph it. So he's setting up in the middle of the plate. Now he moves inside.
Well, that previous pitch, he set up very early.
Yeah. Inside. And you know, gone are the days where the base runner at second base is going to be able to go through a set of signs if he's not a catcher and know what the catcher is going to call. But if it's inside from a right-hand pitcher to a right-hand hitter, you can just give location, and
that's the same as calling the pitch.
Yeah, give location inside right-hander to right-hander. It's going to be a fastball 98% of the time.
Unless you got Ferguson Jenkins out.
I was going to say the other 2% of the time are the guys who can throw a slider inside to a right-hand hitter.
Payoff pitch. He was not even close. And that's the second walk this inning.
He spent, except for one pitch, the entire sequence out of the strike zone, inviting Jose to get himself out if he wanted to. Because it's just a situation where you're not going to let this guy beat you. And Jose did not expand his zone, so it leaves it up to Adam, who yesterday swung the bat exceptionally well.
And today hit it hard his first time up and then struck out on a high hanging splitter. His second at bat. Takes down low. Three, 5, and 1 for us. 2, 6, and 0 for them. Yeah, he's got the catbird seat.
A whole lot of pitches early in the game for Alfredo Simon. He's not going to get out of this inning with less than 80 pitches if he gets out at that number. So Brad Osmus, in his second year of managing, realizing that he's going to have to go to that bullpen probably a lot earlier than he wanted.
Three and 0. Turn him loose.
Melky in the on-deck circle.
Numbers will tell you that left-handers are much more dangerous than right-handers against this guy.
And especially in this park. Especially pull-hitting left-handers. Because 330 with a short fence, it's pretty easy to reach.
That ball hit high and deep. Stretch. Get on back there. It's over his head. Here comes one. Here comes two on the double by Adam LaRoche. And it's a 5-2 Sox lead. Yes. Both walks have crossed the plate on that 3-0 double.
And given the green light, it doesn't mean a must swing, but if you get one you like, hit it. Davis does not get a good break. He turns the wrong way originally and then has to turn back the other way. So this is one of those drives that Davis misplayed. Now, whether he could have caught it or not remains to be seen because it was a blast. But breaking the wrong way twice ensured that he was going to have no chance.
Don't stop now, boys. Here's Melky.
30 driven in for Adam.
Melky is 1 for 2. A hard single up the middle and a run scored back in the second inning. So that had something to do with that 3-0 pitch to LaRoche. That ball hit high and deep, going foul. Yeah, Melky hit a couple of soft ground balls and struck out his first 2 at bats. Adam would have never seen that pitch.
And also, Adam never sees the at-bat if Jose had gone out of the strike zone a couple of times, but that was a good battling at-bat.
Better believe it was. You're not going to see him strike out 3 times very often.
Tiger bullpen up and going for the first time this afternoon. The run expectancy with a runner at second and 2 outs for the Sox, 18% of the time they've scored at least one. Tiger pitchers have given up at least one, 24% of the time.
Two in, 2 out, 1 on, 2-2 the count. That's into center field, but the double by Adam LaRoche on a 3-0 pitch knocks in a pair. We're halfway home, leading 5-2. Two-run double on a 3-0 pitch by Adam LaRoche. And we lead at 5-2. So it'll be Cabrera. And it's a big inning in the scheme of things, historically speaking, for Rodon. Have a big momentum turn if you can shut down the heart of their order right here. Cabrera, Martinez, and Cespedes. There's that slider strike. He has singled and he has struck out.
Carlos has the 2 sliders, one that's 84-85. That's the one he used to drop over the plate. And the other slider he has is the wipeout slider, anywhere from 89 to 91.
There it is at 96.
Yeah, he has 96, 97 in his back pocket when he needs it.
And the 1-2. He gone.
And that is the wipeout slider.
The 88.
In Cleveland the other night, here's our Mazda replay. Now, a young fan caught a baseball in his hat, and he's pretty much giving Cabrera the what for because he's an Indians fan, and of course Cabrera's got the Tiger uniform on. So Miguel comes over, gives him a bat, gives him his batting gloves, and afterward they talked to the young fellow because that was a pretty nice gift. They said, "What do you think?" He said, "Well, it's obviously very nice that he did that, but I hate the Tigers."
Only Miguel would do that. I tell you, I love that guy.
Well, he was getting on him because he was a Tiger first baseman. So now he's got a keepsake that if he keeps around a while, he's going to have a Hall of Fame bat and batting gloves.
Oh boy, I'll tell you. I wish there were more Miguel Cabreras. I'm not talking about talent-wise. I'm talking about just love to play and have fun playing the game of baseball like he does. Three and 0 the count to Victor. Victor hit into a 4-6-3 double play and walked.
get me over 94 miles an hour.
That'd be nice to have. Here, I'll take a little something off and throw it for a strike.
Fair ball. Victor got a slide in a second. He gets there.
Victor's had so many knee and leg problems. Not that he was a speed burner anyway, but he's a lot slower these days. All those years of catching, as well as the physical problems, have slowed him down. What hasn't slowed down is his ability to hit, especially right-handed. He came in hitting .429 as a right-hand hitter. Now that his knee is close to 100%, he'll pick it up from the left side. But as a clutch hitter, not too many better than Victor Martinez.
No, sir. He's right at the top of the list. And he's getting all over Cabrera for making him slide. So here's Cespedes. A strikeout and then a rocket single in the hole between third and short. There's that get me over slider. Blowing away at 95. Now field for the most part straight up, spread out. Two and one. Cespedes with huge power everywhere. Said he's not sure if he's going to enter the home run hitting derby at the All-Star game unless he makes the All-Star team.
Well, he's got a title to defend.
Doubled 2 years. Back-to-back titles. 2-2. I give him that 88. Or 97 upstairs. Way back. Foul.
Fortunately, he got this slider low and in off the plate. And he got out a little too quickly because he hit it a mile. Well, actually, that would have been a called strike.
That's one of the great things about that slider from the left-hander coming down and in. If it's hit hard. He gone. Two down.
Carlos has been able to strike out more than his share today. You got Cespedes. You got Castellanos. And for the most part, he's gotten them all, including Miggy a couple of times, and this a big one with Cespedes. Got to be a little surprised he didn't run to first base and at least force a throw, because you never know what's going to happen.
That ball
deep in the left. And it's a 5-4 ball game.
Our fourth drive of the game is the 18th home run of the year to J.D. Martinez. And unfortunately, this was the get-me-over slider, only was right down the middle of the plate. You can't fall into a pattern. He's used the get-me-over slider 3 straight times, and the third of which went way out of the ballpark. 45 runs batted in now for J.D.
Castellanos. The 0-1 pitch. Five, 6, and 1 for us. 4, 8, and 0 for them. Full count.
Time now for our Xfinity Speed replay, and it came off the bat of Nick Castellanos, slicing this ball away from Avi. As it rattles around, Nick goes all the way to third base. That was to lead off the fourth inning. Some good pitching. Make sure that he didn't score.
And you see that so often with young pitchers, rookies. Throw a home run and walk the next guy.
Yep. That Speed replay is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports.
Catcher James McCann will be the hitter. He has walked and he has struck out.
He's at the 98 pitch mark. Could very well be after a lot of hits, a few walks, a lot of strikeouts, that this might be it. And that conversation by Don Cooper is, get me the best you've got, because this will be the last one. A lot of pitches in the second, third, and here in the fifth.
Oh, I won the count to the just turned 25-year-old catcher. Couple of 2-run homers by the Tigers, if you're just checking in. Kinsler in the first and J.D. Martinez here in the fifth.
First time today, Daniel Webb losing in the pen.
He's been throwing the ball well.
Yeah, Robin got a lot more confidence these days than Daniel Webb as he's getting the ball over the plate, and he's been the first man out in a whole lot of games.
2-2. Take him right here. Don't go full.
Young man with a souvenir and a very good seat.
A nice snap. And that'll do it. But they pick up a pair on the 2-run homer by J.D. Martinez, and we lead it by 1.
To 97999 right now for your chance to win 6 meals from the Simple 6 menu from Subway. Message and data rates may apply. Subway, eat fresh.
Garcia, Gillespie, and Flowers here in our half of the 6th inning. Our guys on top 5-4. Avi is 1 for 2, an RBI double and a run scored back in the 2nd inning. One hopper, one pitch, one out.
Join White Sox Charities in celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series by signing up for the Championship Giving Campaign. Fans can support the campaign by making a donation at special levels honoring the 2005 season. Donors will receive commemorative gifts for their donation. For more information, visit whitesox.com/championshipgiving.
Now the shift on for Gillespie. Twice he has gone out to second base. One hop over into our dugout.
Jake Kutrichka loosening in the pen.
Pops up. 2 down. Glacius. So here is Tyler. RBI single. Knocking in Garcia back in the second. He's 1 for 2. Just a gentle breeze blowing in from center field. Two and 0. Ball hit high and deep into center field. Rajai Davis makes the catch, and that'll retire the side. 1, 2, 3, and it's still 5-4 good guys.
Debit card only available at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Go to wintrust.com/White Sox to learn more. Remember, Wintrust Bank, member FDIC. And it's a one-run game. Sox have the lead, and they bring in Jake Petrichka. Jake on for his 29th time. He's 2-2. His ERA under 3.5. He is a sinker baller, and when he's throwing ground balls, he's very tough to hit, and lately he's been very good.
Jose Iglesias and back to the top of the order with Rajai Davis and Ian Kinsler.
So the day is done for Carlos Rodon. 5 innings, 4 runs, all earned, 8 hits, 3 walks, and 7 strikeouts.
Lowered away ball 1 to the 25-year-old shortstop.
Stevens, outfield. And left and center, straight up. Big gap out there in right center. Ivy in close in right.
Of course, Carlos is not on the mound anymore, but Iglesias came in with a wonderful stat. He hadn't swung and missed against a left-hander in the last month. I'd say that's pretty good hand-eye coordination.
2-2 the count.
Fortunately, he did not get a good piece of the ball back in the fourth inning with Castellanos at third and one out, infield in. And he hit a chopper right at Sanchez. They came home and they cut down Castellanos at the plate.
And that's by Abreu. So good positioning out there by Ivy as he was in and over towards the line, gets there to hold it to a single.
And normally when you see that, you figure a two-base hit. Not this time because of the defense. That could turn out to be a pretty big play. They were shading him to right. Ivy got to the ball very quickly.
So here's Davis. Had an infield single, a pop up to second, then he reached base on an error by Gillespie. Iglesias 9 for 14 in stolen bases.
Rajay Davis, despite all that speed, is grounded into 5 double plays this year. And he's not much of a butter. And as we said, he's not much of a butter. Catchers really hate guys who come up to butt and can't butt. And the reason they hate him is that most likely they foul off the ball, and most likely it hits them. Davis, with only one sacrifice, barely gets a piece of the ball, and he hits right off Tyler.
Checks it up, takes a strike, and a count 1-2.
As you can see, using the corners only. Up, down, and in. That one almost painted his thigh.
2-2 to the 34-year-old veteran outfield.
R.J. Davis taking a look down at Dave Clark and taking a long look, and at 2-2, there isn't any sign your third base coach can give you.
Beckham on the move. Can't get it. Not with that speed. So trouble of brewing. First 2 men aboard.
The only problem being an extreme sinker baller is that on the guys who can really run, they'll chop the ball too high And Gordon doing everything he could, can't get it there near in time. So now 2 on, nobody out. And Ian Kinsler getting his opportunity. Kinsler's another guy that can't bunt. At least he hasn't. 0 sacrifices.
Well, the pitching the way it's getting to be, more and more teams are going to go to more and more speed.
Especially without the aid of the PEDs. It's gone from slug ball to baseball, and speed, both offensively and defensively, is a huge weapon. Tyler going out. He wants a word with Jake.
Well, right here you got a veteran in Kinsler. You got the shortstop and the second in Iglesias, and they might have a little something worked up for this scenario. It's doubtful, but it's very possible that these two might do it. All he had to do was let it fall, and you got yourself a double play. That's all he had to do.
Yeah, no protection on a bunt.
And the bunter, Kinsler not running, standing at home plate.
You might have a triple play if he lets it go. But that's not in the thought process. Kinsler standing right there, which is a huge mistake. Now, we told you he couldn't bunt. That's one thing. But another thing is, if you understand the situation, you let that ball drop, you might be able to take him out of the inning.
Oh, boy.
And I think Don Cooper is in the dugout shaking his head, knowing exactly what we're talking about. Yep, he is indeed.
Man. Look at the play right here by Sanchez. Mercy. A bullet off the bat of Cabrera. A skinner. Sanchez makes it easy, and they do indeed get out of the inning.
Cabrera, and Carlos just made a great play. After that, it was fairly easy. But the key is stopping the one-hop rocket. And Gordon, all he's got to do is get the throw across. He's got all kinds of time. And during the break, Don Cooper talking with Jake Petrichka about what he could have done had he just let the ball drop. But getting out of the inning is the key, and get out of it they did, except that's something to file in the memory banks in case it happens again.
It's going to happen again.
Yeah.
Sanchez with that Beautiful stop right there on that Skinner. Well, all the pitcher's got to do is look at the hitter. If the hitter is running hard, you catch the ball in the air. If he's not running hard, then you let it drop and you go get yourself, in that case, what could have been a triple play. And he's going to make it to first base.
That's most likely going to go as a wild pitch and a strikeout. When you throw a good splitter, you're going to throw wild pitches. And it is ruled a wild pitch. That time, that was a mistake by McCann, only in that he came up out of his crouch instead of leaning forward and smothering the hop.
So here's Eaton. He's 2 for 2, a homer, a single, a walk, and he scored a pair. Souvenir left side.
For Simon, that's 4 wild pitches this year.
On a bunt, the runners are afforded no protection. They are on a swing, but not on a bunt. He just does get back in a second. Quick throw.
Yeah, Cabrera, one of the most aware players in this league, and he's aware in every aspect of the game. I mean, he happens to be a good base runner who's not fast. He thinks the game, and he realized that there might be a play at second base, assuming Sanchez rounded the bag. So after getting the out here, he just fires to second, and they just miss getting Sanchez as he does round it.
Well, there's not a smarter player in the league than Miguel Cabrera.
No, he's right up there. And Iglesias decided to punctuate it with a slap.
Gordon, right man, right place, right time, right now. Gordon, he's 0 for 3.
With this offense that the Tigers throw up there, this is a huge insurance run.
Two and 0 the count. My former partner Don Drysdale had been up here for that play. Petrichka could have heard him screaming from up here. He would go off the charts. He hated that. That was one of his pet peeves. When the runner was not bunted the ball, popped it up, was not running. Three and 0 the count.
Tiger bullpen up and going. Bruce Rondon, we told you he was just brought back, and Blaine Hardy, the left-hander.
And Abreu on deck. And there's ball 4.
Now at the 102 pitch mark, Brad Ausmus looks like he's getting a little anxious in that dugout.
Here he comes.
Well, he's anxious to get out of it. He had to make sure that they were both ready.
He's going to the pen. So
the right hand means Rondon, and so Rondon comes walking in, just being recalled from the minor leagues. We'll step out and be back after these messages. Ball camps are open to boys and girls ages 5 through 12 and will be in over 50 communities. Every camper gets an exclusive tour of U.S. Cellular Field and gets to meet a current White Sox player and coach. Call 630-PLAY-BALL or visit BullSoxAcademy.com to find a camp near you. So there are the numbers from Toledo. Bruce Rondon, who missed all of last year with elbow surgery, was 2-2. His ERA 7.11. They're not overly impressive, but toward the end of his stint, and it was an extensive rehab stint, looked like he was getting back to when he had the 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
Another big guy. Simon, 6'6", 267. Rondon, 6'3", 275. Out of Valencia, Venezuela. Beautiful little town on the interior. In the interior. Abreu 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. And he's got a 2-0 count.
This is where you have to hope that Bruce reaches back trying to get a little extra, because then the ball flattens out. Try to force a velocity, no movement.
Oh boy.
Get it right down the middle.
He had a hack.
Fastball at 95. He got the pitch he was looking for. Couldn't make the good solid contact.
There is no part of this ballpark that would have held that one. There's a little shank foul, one hop into the seats for a souvenir, and the count evens at 2.
That's first off speed pitch that Rondon has tried. Looks like he's not overly comfortable, and there was a throw to first base on a pickoff attempt by Jake Petrichka, and it looked like Jose was shaking his left hand. Could very well be caught it in a bad spot, and sometimes if you catch it just right off the thumb, you can create a bone bruise.
Or off the heel.
Yeah.
Two down.
87-mile-an-hour high slider.
Here comes Adam. Adam 1 for 2, but it was a biggie. A couple of guys on in the 5th. 3-0 the count. 2 out. Hit one over the head of Rajay Davis for a 2-run double. Takes first pitch strike. That one at 95. Good rip. 0-2 to count. Five runs, 6 hits, 1 error for us. 4 runs, 10 hits, no errors for them. We have stranded 3. They have stranded 8. Got him. Good pitch. 7th inning stretch. We lead it by 1. Home half of the 7th inning. Our guys lead it 5-4. For them, it'll be Victor Martinez, Luis Cespedes, and J.D. Martinez. Victor's 1 for 2, hit into a 4-6-3 double play. That was in the first inning. Walked in the third, doubled and scored in the 5th. Outfield straight up, spread out. Very well back and off the line at first. As there's first pitch strike from Petrichka. That ball down and get foul. It will. To the count.
Alfredo Simon, he went 6 1/3, gave up 5 runs, all earned on 6 hits. He walked 3, he fanned 5.
One and 2 the count.
There's a look at the very young but very big right-hander, Bruce Rondon. Sitting out a season. It's best when you're young. It's not great at any time, but when you're young, you get a chance to bounce back, and he could still have a wonderful career.
And there's a base hit. Hit softly. Meanwhile, leadoff man, the tying run aboard.
This one up and on the inner portion, looked like it was a slider, and Victor doesn't get a great piece of it, but just the fact that he's back in the middle of this lineup makes him a whole lot tougher.
Here's Cespedes. He's 1 for 3, had a hard single back in the 3rd inning.
Jake decides to go in, he better go way in off the plate. That's the sinker. Let's see where Tyler wants it.
Out and around it.
He did get it on the inner portion. It's Zach Duke loosening in the pen.
Three balls and a strike. Cespedes has the catbird seat. Nice shot, nice pick, rack 'em up. Just a bullet off the bat of Cespedes, backhanded by Beckham.
There's been some very hard hit balls in the infield, and there's been some really good plays in the infield. Backhand, and then it's easy after that. Cespedes can hardly hit that ball any harder. Gordon knows he's got all kinds of time because Victor can't get close to breaking it up, not with his leg. And Jake Petrichka, who throws sinkers and means he's going to throw ground balls, has to have that defense behind him.
Well, we should have just hit him a little softer. That one Cabrera, that Skinner he hit to Sanchez, and that one by Cespedes, just absolutely tattooed. JD 1 for 3, a 2-run homer. Got a get me over slider from Carlos. Hit it out of here.
Here's a 2-run homer, his 18th, and he hits this ball a mile. He's very strong. And then he's got a journal that he keeps, and he keeps it obviously on every pitcher, every pitch, and what he did and how he tried to get him out.
He gone. Beautiful double play turn, 6-4-3, and we're into the 8th.
To MLB.TV Premium for live or on demand on over 400 devices. You get real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking, and more. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. We've got Blaine Hardy coming into the ball game. It's still a one-run game.
And we got Melky leading off. Melky, Avi, and Gillespie. Melky 1 for 3, a single and a run scored.
Hardy is 3-1, a fine ERA of 2.84, on for the 31st time. Been called on to save one game, was unsuccessful. But when your batting average against is in the 2 teens, you're doing pretty well.
He's got a bit of a funky motion, and that last pitch with a changeup looks like a pretty good one. Another one of these soft tossing left-handers that we have trouble with. He did not go. Count 3-1.
Hardy was acquired as a minor league free agent, originally drafted by Kansas City.
Watch out. Melky. So the dreaded leadoff walk.
Sails this one up and in. And it's a flying Melky. I don't blame him. A face burger shouldn't be on the agenda.
And here comes some rain. Here's Avi. Avi's 1 for 3, an RBI double and a run scored.
I think to protect the field, they should probably just call it now.
That's what I would do.
Yeah. And we'll just play that regularly scheduled game tomorrow.
Well, they said it's going to start raining around 4 o'clock.
They're early.
19 minutes early. Hard but foul.
Scott Carroll is loosening in the pen.
Short lead. And there's a double play. 2 down.
Zach Putnam has joined Scott Carroll. Could very well be that Carroll, who has been used as a first man out of the chute, just getting loosened up. Putnam might be ready to come into this one.
That ball hit hard. Down into the corner. Fair ball. Ground rule double for Alexei. Hitting for Gillespie.
Picked on a first ball fastball, and that probably is going to be the last one that Hardy is going to throw. Is this ball? One hop into the seats. And here comes Brad Osmus.
All right. Hardy will depart, and we'll be back.
For the 25th time, opponents hitting just .212, which pencils out to 28 hits and 37 innings. 20 strikeouts, 5 walks, a fine whip of .89. And Wilson came over from the Red Sox along with Gabe Spire and Yoenis Cespedes in the deal for Rick Porcello. December 11th of last year.
Tyler Flowers. Tyler is 1 for 3 with an RBI. That coming back in the second inning. Takes first pitch strike. Sanchez on deck. Oh, and 2.
Another golden opportunity. Try to drive home an insurance run. Wilson in bygone baseball would be termed a short armor in that you can't see a lot of extension, so it's a lot harder to pick up the baseball. And when you're a short armor, you keep your elbow in. And for the hitter, instead of seeing it all the way, he picks it up on the way to the plate, and that adds to the deception.
Two out, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Into short, right center field. Rajay Davis is there, makes the catch, and we'll go to the bottom of the 8th. It is 5-4 White Sox.
Sox 11-7. Sox have the only error of the game. Carlos Rodon went 5 innings, gave up 8 hits and 4 earned runs, struck out 7, walked 3. Adam LaRoche, a big 2-run double in the 5th. J.D. Martinez, an equally big 2-run homer in the 5th. That's brought to you by the Honda Dream Garage Sales Event, now at your Honda dealer. And Zach Putnam comes in the game. 1-2 ERA, under 3.5, on for the 26th time, and lately he's piling up the strikeouts. Got 36 of them in just 23 2/3 innings with 11 walks, and that splitter has been splitting nicely. Lexi Ramirez, who doubled as a pinch hitter, stays in the game to play shortstop. That shifts Gordon Beckham over to third. He started the game at shortstop.
So Zach lives right down the street.
Ann Arbor.
Is he a Michigan fan? I don't think you can live there unless you're a Michigan fan.
No.
So it'll be Castellanos, McCann, Iglesias, the lower third of the Tiger order. So a good job by Jake Petrichka. There's first pitch strike.
Jake went 2 innings, gave up 3 hits, struck out 1. And a big column, nothing in the run column.
The biggest thing he did was keep the ball on the ground, even though it was a couple of them we hit hard. That ball deep in the left field. So the leadoff man is second.
That ball was inside off the plate. Take a look at where it shows up on your Xfinity pitch tracks. It was a splitter, and Castellanos was able to go down and get it.
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier. The best place to throw that guy with that swing he's got right underneath his hands. If you get it down, he's got a chance. He's a good matchup against a sinker or a splitter.
Romine coming on to pinch run. He'll also come in for defensive purposes, but Castellanos has done his job. A walk, a triple, and a double. And he represents the tying run. It looks like Anthony Gose.
Here's Gose.
He's 0 for 2 as a pinch hitter this year. He does have 1 sacrifice, but you wouldn't think he would be bunting here.
That speed of his, we got trouble if he gets it down. Not a good effort right there. Fouls it back. Iglesias on deck.
And when a speed burner has just 1 sacrifice all year long in over 200 at-bats, you got to believe he can't have real good technique. Soria loosening up. And even though Zach is a splitter specialist, in a bunt situation when a man gives it away that early, you throw high fastballs. That's exactly what he did.
And the count 0-2. Punch him out right here, Zach.
Strange part about this putting in Gose for McCann. McCann has 3 sacrifices this year, tied for the team lead.
Souvenir left side. And the brief sprinkle we had is dissipated. He gone. Big strikeout.
There might be an example of a manager asking a guy to do something that he can't do, and that's lay one down. After that, the splitter strikes him out. That's a huge play.
The irony of that statement is the fact that if it goes with that speed he has, could bunt, you could almost guarantee he was going to be a 300 hitter.
Yeah, no doubt.
Here's a tough cookie. Iglesias. He's 2 for 3. Yeah, Ghost is a project. Might take him and work all winter long on nothing but bunting. Count evens at 1. $40,355 in the house. Ball gets away. Uh-oh.
Well, the inability to bunt is accomplished with a wild pitch. That ball just hits the glove and bounds away.
Now the infield in. Dave Clark going through his signs. Now he's going to go ahead and tell Romine. Two-one pitch. Ball hit hard into left. Melky makes the catch, but we got a tie ball game. So the wild pitch indeed jumps up and bites us right in the behind. What new?
Nice play by Melky, and Iglesias came very close to his second home run of the year. Cabrera, rather. Melky making the long run. That's run batted in number 10 for Iglesias, who does get the bat on the ball. He failed to hit that sacrifice fly in the 4th. He got it done here in the 8th.
Here's Rajay Davis. Takes first pitch strike. Russ in the 9th. Sanchez, and back to the top of the order with Eaton and Beckham. For the Abreu, the 4th hitter. 5-7-1 for us, 5-12-0 for them. And count 0-2. He did not go.
Did a nice job of seemingly starting and then following his hands so that he couldn't swing. This is a splitter. See how he just kind of walks it away and not break the wrist? Got the call.
That's a nice technique.
Yeah, it is.
He gone, but the wild pitch. And we're tied at 5.
WGNTV.com and click on the WGN Game Zone banner for the latest stats and information. The Sox Game Zone is powered by Robert Morris University, Illinois, offering over 55 athletic teams, and that's more than any other university in the state. For more information on RMU, visit robertmorris.edu. We got Joakim Soria coming in the game at 2-0, his ERA under 3. He is their closer, but in this situation, Brad Ausmus is trying to buy an inning.
Sanchez 0 for 3. Count evens at 1.
Anthony Ghost stays in the game to play center field, and Andrew Romine stays in the game to play third. Brian Halladay stays in the game behind the plate.
2-1 to count to Carlos. Slaps that one foul. In and out of the seats.
Soria with 16 saves. The only other guy on this team with a save is Joe Nathan, and he's disabled.
Oh, Carlos, good 2-strike hitter, buddy. He's got his velocity back.
And with it, he's got a good overhand curveball. He tried it.
Yeah.
Just floated up and away.
At least it's just a hair too quick. Full count.
They originally got Soria as an insurance policy to set up for Joe Nathan, and in case anything happened to Joe.
Back through the middle into center field, so the leadoff man aboard.
Nice at bat by Carlos as he spoiled some good pitches before taking it right back up the middle. Carlos has had his usual spectacular game defensively, and now he represents the go-ahead run.
So McEwing has gone through his sequence of signs. And here's Eaton. A homer, a single, a walk, a sacrifice bunt. And he scored a pair. And this is the first of 4 if you're just tuning in. Tomorrow night, there'll be a 6:08 Central Time start. Jose Quintana against Anibal Sanchez.
That's a good matchup.
On Saturday, a 3:08 start. John Danks against Kyle Ryan, a couple of left-handers. And on Sunday in the finale, Jeff Samardzija against David Price.
Well, the fact that Kyle Ryan is starting that Saturday game is not great news for the Tigers, because Justin Verlander was pushed back from his Wednesday start. They said he'd be ready to go on Saturday. Now they're pushing him back from his Saturday start. He made 2 starts. His back is bothering him. They don't know when he'll be back.
And that is fired in one of the super suites. Tomorrow's game will be over Comcast Sportsnet, as will Saturdays, and then Sundays right back here on WGN. High pop up. 1 out. So here's Beckham.
David Robertson and Zach Duke. You score a run, David Robertson. You don't, Zach Duke.
Gordon's due. He's 0 for 3 with a walk.
Brad Ausmus is the man that gives the signals to, in this case, Holiday behind the plate. And then he gives the signals to Soria. And those signals include throwing over to first base, pitch outs, and using a slide step.
Breaking ball, no. Abreu on deck.
Many managers will defer to a catcher on their staff. In the case of the Sox, it's Mark Parent, former catcher. But with Brad Ausmus, he is a former catcher. 18 years worth.
Gordon's got the catbird seat, 2-0. Nothing. Don't help him out.
Soria has had almost pinpoint control this year with 4 walks in 28 innings.
There's one.
Now most likely, Gordon, you're going to get a fastball from a guy who does not want to walk you.
Especially with Abreu on deck. Who's had 3 strikeouts today. That's stuff you don't see very often.
He got his fastball, but it was 94, and it was on the outside corner.
Payoff pitch. There he goes. And that is in the seats right side. Nice gap out there in left center if Gordon can find it. And once again the 3-2. There he goes. Ball hit in the center field. Ghost is there. And that's out number 2. For 3 strikeouts. He also has walked and scored. Just a decent lead by Sanchez. He looking for it, got it.
Well, he got a perfect pitch to hit
and couldn't do anything with
it. It was up on the inner portion and had the whole plate.
is probably the most we've seen him swing and miss in one ball game since he's been in the White Sox uniform. And 2.
Here's Cabrera grabbing Sanchez. Trying to shorten his lead by himself. Take a look at Miguel. He's thinking, well, maybe I can shorten his lead by grabbing him. Darryl Boston is telling him to leave him alone.
Curveball, and we'll go to the bottom of the ninth, tied at 5. Zach Putnam, it'll be Zach Duke.
Duke comes in, and there you look at the numbers. On for the 33rd time. He's 2-2. His ERA 3.41. Save opportunities 1 for 1. And he's got to go through a particularly dangerous part of this very dangerous batting order.
All hitting right-handed. Here's Kinsler, 2-run homer in the first inning. Takes first pitch strike. You got Cabrera on deck. Victor Martinez, switch hitting DH in the hole.
Switch hitter who's much more effective from the right side.
Outfield, they are straight up and spread out about equidistant. Big pitch here, the 1-1. Little can of corn. Big out. First out.
Cabrera's hit the ball hard today. He just has a 1 hit to show for it. And he scalded a ball in the 6th inning right into a double play.
Beautiful play by Sanchez.
Fanned twice, which is somewhat surprising.
on that one. And 2 out. So here's Victor. He's 2 for 3 with a walk, a double, a single, and a run scored. Beckham back a couple steps off the line at third. That breaking ball down. We go to extra innings. It'll be LaRoche, Cabrera, and Ivy. Victor trying to end it on that swing. Two and one. Cespedes, the on-deck hitter. Three and one. Just tuning in, we scored 1 in the first. They scored 2 in the first. We scored 2 in the second. We scored 2 in the fifth. They came back with 2 in the fifth. They added 1 in the eighth to tie it. That ball in center field. So
well, now we'll see if he wants a pinch run for Martinez. The only guy he's got left is Wilson. And that's answered. Here comes Wilson. Takes it right back up the middle. Victor is just a devastating hitter, especially from that right side. And he went on the DL because of his left-handed swing and the knee problems. As Josh Wilson comes on a pinch run, and he will also drop into the DH role.
Well, he's got a great endorsement from a great guy, a great friend of ours, Jim Thome, who thinks absolutely Victor's one of the greatest guys he's ever been around, one of the best teammates he's ever had, and one of the best clutch hitters he's ever seen.
And from the guys that I've talked to about him, one of the best leaders in a ball club.
Cespedes. He's got a 2-0 count. JD Martinez on deck. That's a pretty good 2-0 pitch right there.
Exact same spot, exact same pitch, only obviously a little bit slower. That Rodon got him both in the first and the fifth. He threw those hard sliders low and in off the plate and had Cespedes out in front of both of them, just as he was with Zach Duke.
'89, and the count 2-2. Pops him up, and that's playable. And extra innings here in game 1 of this 4-game set.
and Jabba Chamberlain comes into the ball game. Chamberlain's had a pretty good run at it. His ERA 1.89 up for the 27th time. Been called on to save 2 games. Unsuccessful in both. But a batting average against a .312 is not good. That means you've given up many more hits than innings pitched. In his case, 24 hits in 19 innings. So he is used to a lot of base runners, but with that ERA, not many of them have scored.
Well, we got him pretty good at our place.
Yeah, we did, and only one has to score here.
So here is Adam. Adam 1 for 4 with a big 2-run double coming back in the 5th inning with 2 out, 2 men on, and a 3-0 count. Breaking ball strike, and this is for us our 8th extra inning game. First 7 we are 5-2. We played 3 on the road and won 2 of those. For the Tigers, this is their 7th extra inning game. They have split them 3-3, and they have played 3 here at Comerica Park and won 2 of those. And there's a
splintered bat.
Another $100 bill shot.
I mean, now you do have a cricket bat. If you want, it's split right down the middle.
According to the maker, those bats are running anywhere from $96 to $104, $105 each.
Small price to pay for one that splits that easily.
Well, in my time zone, they were $6 each. And with Charlie Finley, if you broke one, you had to pay for it.
Interesting number for Jabba Chamberlain. He hasn't walked a left-hand hitter all year. That's somewhat amazing.
They fit his eye.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a matter of a release point. But if he's going to walk any of them, it's going to be Adam LaRoche, who leading off an inning has as good an eye, probably better than anybody on our ball club, because he's drawn more walks by far than anybody on our ball club. Jabba at one point was supposed to be a sensation with the New York Yankees.
Well, they jerked him around right off the bat.
Well, they tried to make him a starter when he was absolutely perfect for the bullpen as a setup man.
And Girardi wanted him in the bullpen, and they made him a starter. You're going to make a reliever a starter, you better do it over the winter. Start over the winter. Not coming out of spring training. One out.
And you better hope he has enough variation in his stuff for not the first and not the second, but the third time through the order. And there's not a lot of guys that have that.
Here's Melky. Melky's 1 for 3, a single and a run scored. We have 1 home run if you're just joining us. That was a leadoff homer by Adam Eaton. Top of the first, way back. They have 2 home runs. 2-run homer by Ian Kinsler in the first. 2-run homer by J.D. Martinez in the 5th.
When they head 2-0, it's never too soon to walk your first left-hander of the year. He's close.
3-0. there's one.
And now, Milky, you can bet on a fastball.
Zone him in, reel him in, and light him up, Milky. And there's ball 4.
That is the first walk to a left hand. Let's see if Avi can make him pay for that.
First and 30, Avi. Avi had an RBI double in the first and came around to score. He's 1 for 4.
Gose is playing him a couple of steps into right center. Cespedes way off the line and left, giving him the entire left field corner. There we pan around and show you the defense. Infield straight away and just about halfway looking for 2.
First pitch strike right at the bottom of the zone. Count evens. Decent lead. And a 2-1 count. Right here, Avi. Right here. Yanks it foul.
Well, stats don't always tell the tale. And you can look ahead and sometimes work, sometimes it doesn't. But the stats against Chamberlain in 2-strike situation are not good. Opponents have a .353 on base percentage and a .581 slugging percentage against Jabba Chamberlain on 2-strike count. Now that's over the last 2 months, which is a huge sample. And Avi finds himself with a 2-strike count.
1 on 1 out, 2-2 the count.
It hit him.
Got him.
That's where the on base percentage comes in. And that could really prove costly.
So 1 out, 2 on with a walk in the hit batsman.
Brad Osmus wants to check. Looked like it got the elbow. Now the question is, and the umpire didn't call it, and he's not going to call it, leaning into the pitch. We never see that called. But I thought I heard it tick his skin on the way by as Jeff Jones comes out to have a word with Jabba.
Now when you can hear it from up here, he got hit.
I mean, that's I did hear a little something on his way by. Let's listen in. You could hear it just before it hit the glove of Holiday, and a definitive call by Alan Porter, so he wasn't confused at all.
So here's Alexei. He's been in the plate once. He doubled down into the left field corner. Ground rule double. Breaking ball misses. Just joining us, he did not start this ball game. Beckham did. Beckham made a couple of wonderful plays out there. .21 to count. Too much time. Alexei hitting at 223, a couple homers, 26 knocked in.
The outfield is not overly deep all the way around. This ball is low and way out of the zone.
Well, you got a center fielder and a left fielder who have outstanding arms. Yes, he did. Two out.
Let's take a look at it again. Well, you make up your mind, Mark Ripperger. He says he did.
So we're going to have J.B. Shuck. Hitting for Tyler.
JB's been used the most as a pinch hitter this year. Well, second most to Emilio. He's 2 for 13 with a run batted in.
Drops a curveball over. 0-1.
Cespedes is very close to the line in left field. Not overly deep.
Five, 8-1 for us. 5-13-0 for them. Up to this point, stranded 7. They have stranded 9. Holiday keeps it in front of him. Once again, the 1-2 pitch. Iglesias can't make a play, so that'll load him up on the base hit, the infield single by Shuck. And here comes Carlos.
Well, if Iglesias does pick this ball at shortstop, he's not going to have a play at first anyway.
And Melky's not going to score on that play if it gets by him, if he doesn't get a glove on it. So here's Sanchez. He's 1 for 3. Drops that curveball over. 0-1. Throw one in the dirt.
He only has one wild pitch this year. Pretty decent speed on the base paths.
Big pitch, the 1-1. Hit hard but foul, and now advantage Chamberlain.
Holiday going to the mound, and the only thing Java's got going against him is his difficulty putting somebody away with 2 strikes.
Hit. Here comes 1. Here comes 2. They're going to wave him around. Shuck. Here's a throw to the plate. Safe. A bases clearing double for Carlos Sanchez, and the Sox lead it 8-5. Yes.
Nine runs batted in. He started this game with 6. And the Chamberlain problems with 2 strikes continue. He drives this one by Cabrera, and it's hit so hard it goes all the way to the wall. Martinez was playing him in right center field, and with the speed on the bases on the back end, 3 big ones come across.
Adam pops it up. Carlos Sanchez, a huge 3-run double, and we lead it by 3.
Try to nail it down. He's 4-2. His ERA 2.35 on for the 30th time. 14 for 18 in save opportunities. Opponents hitting a paltry 184 with 42 big strikeouts in 30 and 2/3 innings, just 5 walks. And we got a new battery as Gio Soto comes in the ball game. And with the sun starting to peek through, things looking a whole lot brighter with that 3-run lead here in extra innings. Extra inning win on the road, always big, and there is the man of the moment, Carlos Sanchez, who got the job done. His 2nd hit of the day, but that could be as hard a ball as he's hit all year long. That made it all the way to the wall. And Cabrera thought he had a shot at it at first base.
So here's J.D. Martinez to lead it off. He'll be followed by Andrew Romine. Eight, 10, and 1 for our Sox. 5-13-0 for their Tigers. Martinez 1 for 4. That 2-run homer back in the 5th inning. First pitch strike. Right on the outside corner. And the count 0-2. So Chamberlain retired LaRoche with a ground ball to short. He walked Cabrera. First left-handed hitter he's walked all year. Then he hit Avi Garcia. Struck out Alexei. Infield single by Shuck. And then the bases clearing double by Sanchez.
And once again, from behind the plate, Alan Porter has had a terrific game today.
He never has a bad game behind the plate or on the bases. He's one of the best umpires in baseball. He gone. 1 out. When he's behind the plate, every time that's the first thing you and I both do is look at going to play a new series, who the umpires are.
And where the rotation and who's going to be behind the plate on which day.
Right. And every time he's in the rotation, we both feel very, very good because, in fact, he is one of the better ones. Romine can't get it. Foul tipped. Andrew is hitting .292, a couple of homers and 6 RBIs on the season. Very quickly, 0-2. Just shoves that 0-2 pitch into center field for a base hit. So here's goes. He struck out his only at bat back in the 8th inning. Chops that one out and around it. 0-1. Gio, good job to keep it in front of him. We have turned 3 double plays in this game. And 2 of them
have been of the real snappy variety.
Oh, man. One by Sanchez on a rocket off the bat of Cabrera. One by Beckham started. Rocket off the bat of Cespedes. Three and 1. Iglesias on deck. Tying run comes to the plate. Iglesias is 2 for 3 with a sacrifice fly. That tied the game at 5 in the 8th inning. Deep fly out to left. So 1 out, 2 on. Very seldom does anything ever come easy in a Major League Baseball game.
That's for sure.
First pitch strike, and when you're scuffling and struggling and playing bad baseball like we play, it's never easy. Count evens at 1. Ryan Holiday on deck. And David up in the count, a ball and 2 strikes.
This one had the whole plate. But usually David's fastball just appears to be a lot quicker than what the radar gun reads. That one read 93. Iglesias reacted like it was 96.
Base hit. Now they hold a runner at third.
Well, that's shocking because Adam was conceding the run, and although it doesn't mean anything at this point, and Dave Clark is telling him that, looked like that one was already put on the board in the mind of the defense.
So sacks packed, tying runs aboard, 1 out. Ryan Holiday, and with the exception of the home run, Ryan Holiday against us in the past has played like Johnny Bench.
Doesn't come into play here, but one of the things that he's always been able to do, which is a great attribute for a catcher especially, is he's been able to bunt. He's been able to bunt for a hit. He's been able to bunt for a sacrifice, but he's not up there to do that here.
Well, last year he beat us with a bunt.
Yep. Yep. He's only had 39 at bats, as he's a guy that came up when Avila went on the disabled list, and it elevated McCann as a primary catcher.
He's hitting .256 with a homer and 10 RBIs. So here we go. Just off the corner. 1-0. High pop-up. Stay in here. Stay in here. It won't.
And a battle for the souvenir. Where were the bases loaded have been awfully good for Brian Holiday.
Big pitch misses. 2-1 advantage Holiday. That evens it up.
have to wonder if he's ever hit into a double play.
Just got a piece of it. That's going to score a pair. That's an 8-7 ball game.
So Holiday's magic with the bases loaded continues. He came in hitting .500 in that situation. Driving in runs 11 and 12 as he takes that curveball, which didn't break all that sharply, and drives it into left field.
So here's Ian Kinsler with 2 on and 1 out. To center field, and that is out number 2. And just like Abner designed it, here comes Cabrera.
First ball fastball. Kinsler loves the first ball fastball, but he can't do anything with it. And it brings up the big man, and they're going to walk him because Victor Martinez is out of the game for a pinch runner.
Win, lose, or draw, it is definitely the right move.
I feel the same way.
Well, it doesn't make any difference. I mean, you know, desperate times call sometimes for desperate measures. And when you get the best hitter in baseball coming up, you got a 1-run lead, and you're going to walk in to load the bases, it's got to be done. Now, if Victor's on deck, no deal.
Well, it would have been a non-event if Victor's on deck, but it's Josh Wilson on deck. He is hitting .412.
I don't care what he's hitting.
No, he's 7 for 17. But you cast your lot with retiring Wilson as opposed to retiring a guy who's been the best hitter in the league for a lot of years.
Sacks packed. Just off the plate. Not only has been one of the best in this league for a long time, he's been one of the best hitters this game's ever seen. Big pitch right here. 1-1. David's way. slow curveballs. I say slow. They didn't break very good.
And he's thrown 2 fastballs by Wilson.
One-two pitch. He gone, and this ball game is over. So the Sox take the first of this 4-game set, win it 8-7. Gutsy, beautiful move by Robin Ventura. We even up our record on this road trip at 2-2, and we'll be back.